Sports.
We are sports. We are Sun.
For 7 seasons, David Price starred for the Rays, closing out Game 7 of the 2008 ALCS and winning a Cy Young Award along the way. For the past 2 years, David was a hired gun, moving from Detroit to Toronto and settling in Boston after signing a 7-year, $217 million deal in the offseason. Today, David Price makes his first start versus the Rays in the uniform of the rival Red Sox. It's a gorgeous day in Boston, Massachusetts, as we greet you from Fenway Park. This will be the wrap-up game of the 3-game series between the Rays and the Boston Red Sox. These two clubs have divided the first 2 games right down the middle. Hi again, everyone, with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. The Rays face David Price. They've seen him not only, of course, in a Rays uniform, they've seen him against them in a Detroit uniform and a Toronto uniform, and tonight, or this afternoon, it's the Red Sox.
And the big free agent acquisition of the Boston Red Sox. And when you sign a deal like David Price did in a market like Boston, you want to get off to a good start. And guess what? That's exactly what he's done. 3 starts so far for David. He's got a 2-0 record, the ERA of 4.50. However, he's coming off his best start of this young season against a very tough Toronto lineup. 7 strong innings, just 2 earned runs, 9 strikeouts. But you know, the Rays are going to have their work cut out for them, but guess what? They have fared well against left-handed pitching, and they have had some success against David Price. Let's see if they can keep that going here this afternoon.
It will be David Price against the Rays right-hander Jake Odorizzi from Boston in a moment. Park, wrap-up game of the series. We'll take a quick look at the starting lineup brought to you by your Southern Ford dealers. For the Rays, Logan Forsythe will lead it off, followed by Brandon Guyer and then Evan Longoria. Steve Pearce hits cleanup at first in front of Desmond Jennings. And Steven Souza Jr. in the 6th spot in front of Tim Beckham, Kevin Kiermaier, and Kurt Casale.
Well, let's take a look at the Toyota keys to success for David Price. Number one, glove side. You know, when you look at David Price and watch him pitch, glove side is the key. If he's very good on the glove side, you typically see David Price go out and have a heck of a ball game because it allows him to own the zone, keeps the right-handers honest on the fastball in, opens up the outer half, and we know how precise he is with command. And number three, school rule. What was the big school rule, Dwayne? No running. David Price last year did not give up a stolen base in just 2 attempts. I know he's a lefty, but that's an amazing statistic.
And the first pitch of this game presented by Pinch a Penny, and that's a ball up and away. Fastball. Gorgeous day here in Boston. Temperature around 60 degrees. Cut and a miss. 1-1. Well, you know, when you face David Price, there's a very good chance you'll have your work cut out for you. But the Rays have won 2 of the 3 decisions rendered here when they go head-to-head against David Price. He's 1-2 against the Rays with a 4.26 ERA. And a strike, and he's ahead of Forsythe, 1-2.
Well, there's that glove side fastball. That's what David does. He's so good to that side of the plate, and it's just very difficult for right-handers to get comfortable against him when he can spot that pitch.
Line drive and a base hit over the head of Bogaerts and into left, and the Rays put the leadoff man aboard. Off-speed pitch, and Forsythe has a leadoff single.
You got to take advantage of those mistakes, and Forsythe did. Let's take a look at the Boston Red Sox defense, brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. In the outfield left to right, we have Brock Holt, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Mookie Betts. Across that infield third to first, Travis Shaw, Xander Bogaerts, Dustin Pedroia, and Hanley Ramirez with Christian Vasquez back behind the plate.
Now Brandon Guyer. And there's a ball. First pitch fastball. Guyer had the big day Sunday, hitting second in that game against Jose Quintana when he went 4 for 4 with a run batted in and a couple of runs scored. Swings through it. Fastball around 92. 0-2 the count.
David Price, so simple in his delivery and quiet up until the point of release. And you can understand why he controls the running game like he does, is he's so quick to the plate, just very little wasted movement.
Guyer fouls it out of play. A lot of things to like about David Price, but I think that's part of his game that's just amazing how simple his approach is. Very little movement into his delivery, and at the same time he can shut down the running game.
Well, it allows for a repeatable delivery, a quick delivery out of the stretch, and anytime you can go into a start and know that the running game is already controlled, it's just one less thing you've got to worry about.
And now Guyer is hit by the pitch, and the Rays will put the first 2 men aboard here in the first inning.
Well, you got to be careful. I tell you, when you come in on Brandon Guyer, you've got to be very careful because he's not afraid to flex that quad and take one for the team. And that's what he does here. Ball running in. Look at that, almost leaning just a hair. Okay.
John Farrell's out to have a conversation with James Hoy about that. And really, when you look at the replay, not a lot you can do about that.
No.
It may upset you if you're the opposing team.
And he disguises it well. You know, there's that lean and a turn, and just a grazing shot. Well, how many times was he hit last year? Up 20 plus times.
Yeah, 24 times.
And I think he had 360, 370 total at bats, and to get plunked that many times.
Well, here's Evan Longoria. One of these two go back in the history of the Rays and coming up in some great years together. High fly ball into right field. Betts is there to make the catch. The tag second base. Forsythe will go to third. Holding at first is Geyer. First and third with one out for Steve Pearce. An opportunity early. And when you get these against outstanding pitchers, a very good idea to cash in on them.
You got to figure opportunities are going to be limited. You've got one here, a 2-out or 2-strike base hit, a hit by pitch. Got to plate him.
Toss to first. Geyer back in there. Steve Pearce in the lineup. He's 5 for 20 in his career against Price. He has more at bats against Price than anybody on this Rays team. 5 for 20 with a home run among the 5 hits. That's a ball wide.
Oh, the Rays know that David Price is going to be around the strike zone. Obviously, David has a very good fastball that he will work to both sides, but you better believe that they're going to be ready to turn it loose early in the count against David. You saw that ball up and away, and Pearce looked like he wanted to go after it.
One and one off speed following the opening fastball.
Yeah, very good. This is the equalizer right here. And this is what, and you wonder if David Price looks at how Chris Sale pitched against this Rays lineup, so effective at pitching backwards from time to time to keep this aggressive lineup off balance.
Down the left field side, that's a foul ball. Boy, not a lot of foul territory. And that one just fouled down the left field line, headed for the corner.
Well, you've got very little room to work with. You hit a line drive that doesn't make it into the stands. You're talking inches. Maybe 12 of them.
Pearce returns to the batter's box, down in the count now. Up the middle and a base hit into center off the fastball, and the Rays grab the lead. Pearce picking up his 3rd run batted in, and the Rays with 2 hits and a hit batter have a run and 2 men on base.
And both hits coming with 2 strikes. Couldn't put them away. That line drive, I mean, bullet ripped right back up the middle. The Rays do plate that run and have a chance for more. That ball was smoked.
Now it's Pearce at first and Geyer at second. Forsythe has scored. Forsythe singled off the changeup, and Pearce rocketed a fastball right back into center field. Desmond Jennings looks at a strike. Desmond, the DH in this game, with Geyer getting a start and playing left field. Price wants to talk with Vasquez, his catcher.
the one thing we know, David Price, good to both sides of the plate, but he doesn't move too many guys' feet. So the Rays are going to feel comfortable in the box. It's a matter of taking advantage of pitches that aren't precisely located.
This one by Jennings. And it's an 0-2 count.
And Jennings was able to get that front side open. It gave him a chance to get to that pitch. It hopped up over the bat, over the swing.
Upstairs. He would not chase on the pitch up out of the zone. A ball, 2 strikes. Chopper that will kick foul, holding the count at 1-2. For Price, this is his 4th start. He had a win over Cleveland on the road, pitched 6 innings in that one and had 10 strikeouts. Then a no decision against Baltimore, 5 runs in 5 innings against the Orioles here at Fenway. And the last time out was on the 16th here against the Blue Jays, and he beat them, giving up 2 runs in 7 innings, and that was a 4-2 final. Jennings strikes out. 2 gone.
Reach back for a little bit more on that one. 94 miles an hour. He kept it down in the zone and on the outer third. Really driving the pitch to its spot and able to get it by Desmond.
A run home, 2 men on with 2 men out. Here's Steven Souza Jr. Rays have won. A chance for more, but they'll have to do it with 2 down. Souza 2 for 6 against Price, down, missing the fastball, 1 strike. Two.
Well, he's jumped on a couple of fastballs here and gotten some awkward swings from Souza Jr.
I'll tell you, that last fastball, 95, I think the best velocity we've seen in the inning, and that was a nice, easy fastball from him. Souza's out on strikes. Back with that mid-90s fastball to get him. So the Rays settled for 1 run. Pierce with an RBI single in the center. We go to the bottom of the first. 1-0 Tampa Bay. First, we'll take a look at the Boston lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Mookie Betts to lead it off, then Dustin Pedroia. Xander Bogaerts will hit third, then David Ortiz, followed by the first baseman Hanley Ramirez, Shaw, Holt, Vasquez, and Bradley Jr. to complete John Farrell's lineup.
Well, Jake Odorizzi coming off a very strong start against the Chicago White Sox. Nothing to show for it, but 7 shutout innings, 6 strikeouts, and just 94 pitches. Matched up with another tough lefty in that one, in Chris Sale.
First pitch to Betts is in there for a strike.
Yeah, how about that if you're Jake Odorizzi? Okay, let me see my next couple of matchups. White Sox, Chris Sale, perfect. Red Sox, Price.
Yeah,
great.
Perfect.
Better be good.
A little bit wide. It's 1-1. Mookie Betts with a good night last night. He'd been struggling a bit, but was on base 4 times. 2 walks, a single, and a home run. 2-1 to count. Odorizzi against Betts. A strike at the knees. 2-2. Other thing about Odorizzi, you know, you face those tough starters that he does, and that means that, you know, you may not get a lot of runs to work with, and so often he's out there without a lot of support. And that's one of the reasons, but there are other times as well. So when he's out there, that margin of success has been razor thin for him. Line drive base hit into center, and Betts is aboard.
Well, Mookie Betts has been gaining confidence as this series has moved along. And when you're a confident hitter, especially when you've got quick hands, you can stay back on those pitches, use the middle of the field. Well, there you go, Dwayne, what you're talking about.
Some of that run support, or lack of run support. Weaver, Kluber, and then Odorizzi. Rays have a couple in the top 5, and a former Ray in there as well. Saw Kazmir and then Archer. The strike to Dustin Pedroia. Rays coming into this game had scored 40 runs this year, which is the fewest 14 games into a season in the 19-year history of the team.
That's hard to believe. Hard to believe.
That's back in. Odorizzi keeping an eye on him. He's 3 for 3 in the steal department. One. There's a shot deep to left, way up and gone over the monster. Pedroia hits his first home run of the year to give Boston a 2-1 lead. So that 1-run lead didn't last long. 2 hitters.
Boy, the Boston Red Sox lineup strikes quickly. It was another fastball, and Dustin Pedroia just turned on it. Been doing this for a long time. You see that 4-seam grip. Pedroia, that front hip, he clears it, lets the hands come through, and there goes the ball.
The strike to Bogaerts, second home run of the year given up by Odorizzi. Manny Machado got him in Baltimore, and now Pedroia here in Boston. That ball's headed for the corner, will hit the wall. Geyer plays the Karen, gets the throw back to second. And Bogaerts is in standing with a double.
Well, and Bogaerts did a nice job of staying back on what looked to be a changeup and keeping it fair, but that ball got off the wall so quick I thought Geyer maybe had a shot at Bogaerts going into second. Out of the box, he's hustling, knowing you've got to go on these, and Geyer gets to it quickly, throws on the run. Just able to sneak that right foot in.
Single, home run, double, and now here's David Ortiz. Inside. Going to start him with a breaking ball. One. Ortiz at .295 average. Drove in 3 runs last night with a pair of 2 base hits. 13 runs batted in on the year. Two balls and a strike. Two. He's fouling that fastball back. He's 40 and this is his final year, but he can still scare you up there with a cut like that. It just stays alive on that one.
Boy, how in the world did he get to that pitch? That looked like that fastball had beaten him, and just a late reaction just to foul it off. I think that ball was almost behind him when he fouled it off.
Yeah, we go from one extreme to the other, from pitch to pitch on that cut by Ortiz. A big rip on the prior pitch, and then that one just enough to stay alive.
Obviously looking for something else. Now, as a pitcher, you have to decode that swing and go back to attacking.
Pitch away, and the count is full. Bogaerts jockeying back and forth off second. Odorizzi had taken a look back there and stopped him, reversed his momentum before he made that last pitch to Ortiz. 3-2, line down the right side. Souza Jr. is going to run and leaps to make the catch. Souza Jr. grabs it. There's a tag at second and a move to third by Bogaerts. Boy, Souza Jr. with that glove arm and glove hand extended toward the corner and a little leap hauled it in.
Well, tall and lanky, and he can run. He can cover some ground. This ball is shot well by Ortiz. Looks like it's going to get into the corner, and then that little jump and all the reach that he could muster. I mean, how about that? That ball hit right in the palm. Looked like it wanted to roll out of the top, but he squeezed it, made a heck of a play.
So a great catch by Souza Jr. to retire Ortiz. Now Hanley Ramirez is the hitter, and the Rays pull the infield up with Bogaerts at third and only one out.
And Jake Odorizzi, not a big ground ball guy, so this is a risky venture.
Pitch is too low. A ball, no strikes. That's a strike, 1-1. Price opposing the Rays. Rays down by a run already. Every run critical, and that's why the infield is in this early. 2-1. Ramirez 0 for 8 in the series. And he takes ball 3 in. He's up in the count, 3-1.
Now you've got to be careful here. Hanley Ramirez in a very good count, 3-1. Doubt you're going to see Jake give in. He's going to still try to make a pitch.
Fly ball back toward the left field corner. That ball is high and will hit off the wall. Bogart scores. He'll hold Ramirez to a single, and it's 3-1.
I'll tell you, Jake Odorizzi was aggressive with that fastball out over the plate. 3-1, you're thinking that he's still going to try to make a quality pitch. That ball right there, it might have been a changeup, but it working its way down and in. And Hanley Ramirez, how about that effort coming out of the box? Absolutely should have been on second base, but nothing new for him. That ball was up in the air for an awful long time. You run out of the box, you're going to be in second base easily. Well, let's take a look at the Rays defense and set that for you here. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. It's going to be lined up like this. Brandon Guyer, Kevin Kiermaier, and Steven Souza Jr. left to right in the outfield. And across the infield, Evan Longoria, Tim Beckham, Logan Forsythe, and Steve Pearce with Kirk Casale behind the dish.
Red Sox strike for 3 in the first. Still only 1 out. They have Travis Shaw at the plate. A ball, no strikes. Ramirez back in. One. Betts singled, Pedroia homered. Bogarts doubled off the wall. Ortiz made a bid for an extra base hit. Souza Jr. made a great catch, and Ramirez singled off the wall. 1-2. Ball to left. Guyer back. That's going to be over his head. Will bound back toward the infield. Kiermaier makes the pickup. Ramirez goes to third. Shaw winds up at second. And the barrage continues by Boston.
Well, that's a pitch that's usually very effective for Jake Odorizzi, the elevated fastball, and Travis Shaw was able to get on top of that with some authority. And Brandon Guyer, you see out in left field, look at that ball is. They wanted it up there, he got it up there, and Shaw was able to make solid contact. And Brandon Guyer, thinking he's going to be able to make a play, ends up getting caught too close to the wall, and that's why you've got Kevin Kiermaier coming over. All of these outfielders really have to help each other out here at Fenway Park.
Red Sox playing pepper with the monster out there. And now it's Brock Holt. Infield up with 2 men in scoring position. The pitch is a strike. Holt, a .265 hitter. A couple of home runs for the year. Base hit into left. Ramirez scores and Shaw goes to third. 4 runs home. 6 hits now for Boston.
And another shot the other way on another pitch that was up in the zone, and Brock Holt just punches it through on the left side. This Boston Red Sox lineup has come ready to go here today. They've hit some mistakes. They've hit some pitches where Jake has got the ball where he wanted to, and they've just still been able to make solid contact.
The 8th man to come to the plate in the first, the catcher, Christian Vasquez. Holt back in at first. Is down, popped loose there for a moment at the feet of Casali. No attempt to move up by Holt. It's been a 30-pitch first inning. 1 out, 4 runs in, 2 men on base. Runner takes off, swing and a miss, throw down to second. It skips through into center. Shaw scores and Holt goes to third. Red Sox get another run out of that. They are forcing the issue and have the Rays reeling a bit here in the first.
Well, that's exactly right. Sensing that they're back on their heels. How about Christian Vasquez trying to cover on the stolen base attempt? The ball bounces, gets by Logan Forsythe, and boy, this nightmare inning continues.
So it's a steal for Holt, an error charge to Casali on the throw down. Kevin Cash holding a little conversation with James Hoy. Vasquez throwing his bat at the pitch. You've seen that before on a play like that.
This ball well out of the zone and down. How did Curt Casali even come up with that number 1? And here you go.
You know, and watch Vasquez come forward across the plate. That may have been what Cash was talking about. One thing to throw the bat, we've seen that.
Yeah.
But he came across the plate in front of Casali. Ground ball, second base. Runner's going to try to score, and the throw to the plate in time. Casali putting the tag on Holt, taking the throw from Forsythe.
And that was a nice job by Curt Casali. He had to block the plate just a little bit. That's what John Farrell's standing up. Maybe we're going to take a look at that, or at least think about it. Here's a ball. Logan Forsythe, watch Casali, and he blocks the plate, catches. See, the throw took him into the line there, and so there's nothing wrong with that. If the throw takes you into the third base line, you're totally fine, and you see that knee come down and stop the slide of Brock Holt and then apply the tag.
Jackie Bradley Jr. steps in. Vasquez at first. One and oh. You know, here we are in the first inning. You've had these managers already thinking about 3 different plays here. Basically, cut and the miss. It's 1-1. I mean, nothing reviewed, but managers have to think about that. That's become part of the game now with all the reviews and second looks.
Got to take the couple of steps up the dugout stairs. Tell the umpires, hold on a minute, wait for word from the video room. Don't you love it?
Yeah, you wonder where that trend will stop, if it will. Bradley Jr. strikes out. 9 men come to the plate. 4-1 Boston. First, they lead 5-1. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Here's Tim Beckham to lead it off. A 37 first pitch. 37 pitch first inning by Jago to Rizzi, giving up 5. Rays got a run in the first off Price, who made 21 pitches, and his first pitch in the second is a fastball in for a strike. A little cutting action. Beckham, Kiermaier, Casali due for the Rays. Oh, 2. Ball, 2 strikes.
Now David Price, knowing the history of David, you know he's not going to change his game plan or his approach. He's still going to move that ball around the zone, pitch as if this game is closer than 5-1.
It's down 2-2. David Price moving over out of the free agent market, signing the deal here with the Red Sox. Beckham, who is 1 for 3 in his young career against Price. Fouls that one off.
Well, you just got to tell yourself, if you're a Rays hitter in that dugout, talk about just making David Price work. Make him earn every single out. Tough at-bats. You take these at-bats like they're all ninth inning at-bats.
And now a full count. So he got behind and has worked the count to 3-2.
This is one step in the right direction. You see David Price still trying to work that ball in and out, back and forth.
Beckham fouling a changeup out of play.
Well, you foul off those tough pitches and hope for a mistake. And some good takes by Beckham. He's fouled off some borderline pitches, that one being a great example, and has worked them over here for now going to be at least an 8-pitch at bat.
And he gets him. Cut and a miss. The third strikeout now for Price. Our Toyota inside look. Well, David Price with the Rays, 82 wins in a Rays uniform. 13-8 Tigers, 9-1 with the Blue Jays, and now 2-0 with the Red Sox. He signed a 7-year deal here through 2022 and can opt out after the 2018 season. Kevin Kiermaier cut and a miss.
Well, for his career, you put all those numbers together. In the regular season, he is 50 games above 500. 106 and 56.
He skies it to center. Bradley Jr. makes the catch. Positioned himself. He's looking into a high sky in the sun. 2 gone. Now Curt Casali will face David Price with a couple of home runs in his back pocket, and they had the match up when Price was with the Tigers. Curt Casali and Price both with Detroit Tiger uniforms in their background and Vanderbilt in their backgrounds.
And on here's the other one, Dwayne. On Curt Casali's official visit to Vanderbilt,
yes,
his player hosts were David Price and Pedro Alvarez. It's a pretty good program.
2-0.
And outside of that, David made some mistakes to Curt Casali. You know, that was the little stretch. That was at the end of July last year. And Curt Casali in back-to-back ball games against the Tigers, 2 homers, 2 homers. 4 home runs in 2 days. He was red hot.
Check swing and a foul ball off a changeup. It's 2-1.
See, that was my Wright State education, where I could go 2 and 2 and come up with 4. Not quite Vanderbilt, but still.
Hey, you're putting it to good work in the professional world.
Right.
You're using that. Education being relevant. That's the point. Count is now 2-2 with a fastball by him. Yeah, Casali had that stretch where he hit 6 home runs in 17 at bats last year. Hit 10 home runs for the year. And the count is full. Rays got a run in the first. The Red Sox got 5. 2 outs, bases empty. There's a shot toward the corner. That's going to be a fair ball off the monster, and Casale is going to be held to a base hit. So Casale continues his success against David Price.
Man, that was a nice job by Curt Casale. Down in the count, able to pull the hands through. David Price trying to come in, and quick in was Curt Casale. Boy, he hit that ball right off the stripe going up the green monster. And then you get held to a single. Frustrating.
Well, that wall is being tested out there in the early part of this game. Here's the top of the order, Logan Forsythe. Strike one. Logan singled his first time up. Rays have a run, 3 hits. The Red Sox 5 runs, 6 hits. One ball, 1 strike. Forsythe pops it up. That's a foul ball. Two and two.
There's a quick jab step there by David Price headed towards his dugout. I think that he thought he was going to get that call. Had to quickly change direction and get back up on the mound to try to make another pitch here.
Casale, the base runner. 2 gone. Count is gone to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Forsythe out on strikes. 4th strikeout for Price. 5-1 Boston. Baseball on Fox Sports Sun, brought to you by Ram Trucks, Cups, Glory, Ram. By Lazy Days RV, your RV authority. By your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. And by Furman, the Bay Area's first name in Chevrolet. Mookie Betts will open the bottom of the second inning. He opened the first with a single and scored the first of 5 Boston runs in that inning. It's a strike, 1-1. Ball, 2 strikes.
And for Jake Odorizzi, this is now all about the pride kicking in. You want to now try and get as deep into this game as you possibly can. And you know what? Who knows? Maybe your offense comes back and makes this thing interesting. Still got a majority of the game to go. That's the toughest thing when you have a start like that in the first inning, going and getting rid of that in the dugout in between innings and coming back out with a fresh mindset. That's not easy.
He's 3-2 with Betts again. Long first inning, 37 pitches for Odorizzi. And this will be the 7th pitch coming to Betts this time around. Out a foul ball up the right side.
Wow.
That ball was smoked.
Yeah, it was.
Strike 3 call. He got him looking. That's the first out. Second strikeout of the game for Odorizzi.
I think Mookie Betts got caught either guessing for a pitch or certainly guessing on location. Jake Odorizzi throws a fastball middle in, and it just absolutely froze the leadoff hitter for the Red Sox.
It's a strike catching the corner on Dustin Pedroia. Two. Forsythe can't get there. Base hit to right on an 0-2 pitch, and Pedroia is 2 for 2.
Well, Dustin Pedroia, he will use the whole field, hit the ball the other way, and they had Logan Forsythe playing up the middle. He was shaded up the middle, and then you get a fastball. Look where Logan is, and then a fastball away. That just is too easy for Pedroia. 2 strikes, you're going to cut down a little bit. The pitcher gives you something hard away. The second baseman's playing and defensing up the middle. It's a gimme base hit.
Xander Bogaerts left last night's game early with a strained left quad and back in the lineup today. Doubled off the wall his first time.
You know, we're seeing hitters getting better and better at exploiting the shift.
Well, we've always heard baseball is a game of adjustments. and that might be one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
You're going to have to adjust because the shift is more prevalent than ever, and it has taken its toll on offense.
And some guys you don't mind if they exploit it. You get a guy like David Ortiz up that wants to go the other way with 2 strikes and take a single. Well, okay, you'll give him that. You're going to play the shift on him, and if he wants to take that single the other way, like I said, it's no big deal. You're worried about the extra base hit, the home run from David Ortiz. But other hitters like Pedroia, Mookie Betts, hitters like that, if you give him that whole right side and then pitch him away with 2 strikes, you're asking for trouble.
Ball 4, a walk on 4 pitches. Bogaerts heads to first, Pedroia to second, and here is David Ortiz. The Rays will shift for him, calling it a career following this year. Right now 26th on the all-time home run list, the 9-time All-Star. Ball 1 away. Well, Ortiz made a bid for an extra base hit in the first, and Steven Souza Jr. made a great running catch, a leaping grab with his glove hand extended as far as it could reach. 2-0, and Casali's going to have a visit with Odorizzi, who walked Bogaerts on 4 straight pitches. So 6 in a row out of the zone.
And Jake Odorizzi has been very good with his command this year. Coming into this start, 18 2/3 innings, just 3 walks. He does a great job of really manipulating the strike zone. Up, down, in and out, using all of his pitches, the cutter, the curveball, the changeup, the fastball.
Back and a called strike on Ortiz. Cut, fouling it. 2-2. Count. Well, the Rays won't mind Ortiz retiring one bit. He's driven in more runs against the Rays than anybody else in the history of the Rays franchise. Has a full count now with 2 men on and 1 out. Runners go, and a shot down to first, grabbed by Pierce. He'll step on the bag to complete the double play. A low liner caught by Ortiz. Chad Fairchild had called the runner out on a double play, and I'm not sure if the Rays recognized that that was a double play. A low liner off the bat of Ortiz.
Well, here it is. That ball hard hit again, and well, you see Steve Pierce, him going to the bag tells you that he's either covering or that ball hit dirt, and that ball did hit the dirt, and that's
so the ruling is that he caught it on a line and then stepped on first to double up the runner.
Yeah,
so 3 unassisted on the double play.
It's not a double play.
Is the call.
Yeah, that's they're going to take a look. They should take a look at that because that ball hit the dirt. No doubt that that short hopped into the glove of Steve Pearce. He was going to retire David Ortiz. He initially gave a quick look at second base like he was going to think about maybe turning the double play. Watch the ball hit the dirt right there.
You know, the interesting thing about this is that everybody just stood around.
Yeah.
Runners, fielders, everybody. So the umpires now get together. Now, if you play it out like it's a ground ball, it's going to be interesting to see what they say, because the ruling was it was caught on a low line and a double play, and everybody just stood around.
Oh, because if you're a base runner, you're going to stay at the bag. It's an infield hit. You're going to run to your bag and stay there. You can't go anywhere past that. And so, well, this would be a big break for the Rays. You take it.
It would be what the Red Sox claim is that the ball was trapped on the short hop.
Right.
On the infield. Well, you can't challenge that.
But you can challenge almost everything else.
And so the umpires get together to try to sort it out. Right there's what we're talking about. A trap play in the outfield only for those eligible to be reviewed by video. So you've got the entire crew out there trying to sort this one through. So now they're going to say that it was a trap. The runner, the hitter runner, will be out, Ortiz. And they're going to put Bogaerts at second base and advance Pedroia over to third, and Kevin Cash comes out now.
The line drive, and there's that little short hop into the glove of Steve Pearce. Runners are taking off, and of course they got to hang tight. There's the tag out, and then right there was the call over there, Chad Fairchild, and that's why Bogaerts started to walk off the field, and everybody got very confused.
So it would now appear the Red Sox will have men at second and third with 2 outs.
And you've got a cold pitcher standing out there through this entire delay once again. Get some of those, get some pitches in. Got to make some here with runners on second and third.
Well, in an effort to get everything right, the pacing sometimes of these games really suffers, not to mention the pitcher that you just brought up. Remember earlier when basically Drew Smyly was slow played out there for 10 minutes in that game against Toronto. See, there's Drew Smyly. He's been there waiting to have things sorted out. And the inning's going to continue with Hanley Ramirez, the hitter. So 2 men in scoring position, 2 outs, and here's Ramirez. Ramirez takes a pitch upstairs. Rizzi suffered through a 9-hitter first inning, gave up 5 runs, made 37 pitches. Has 2 men on with 2 men out in the second. Check swing. This is going to be a tough play. Odorizzi off balance throw, out at first base. A stretch by Pierce on the off balance throw from Odorizzi. John Farrell out of the dugout. Longoria is walking off, and he just motioned with his glove, "I've had enough of this. Come on, get off the field."
And you don't blame him. This is the starts and stops get frustrating, and they want to take a look.
Well, we've seen in 2 innings here how this. We've seen the downside of reviewing plays. Without question.
You're destroying this ball game.
I mean, they're talking about speeding the game up. See the stretch, and is the foot on the bag is going to be the question.
Ball in the back of the glove, foot on the bag. Oh boy. Clear and convincing enough to overturn. Again, that's going to be a subjective call.
Yep.
I think that you look at that replay, the knee-jerk says it's so close, you got to go with the call on the field.
Well, either way it comes down whether they're going to call him out or safe. You've delayed the game again. And I certainly understand the desire to want to get every call right, but
well, this is the downside. You could do this all day long, really.
So we just went through this with the 4 umpires discussing a call that was not reviewable to delay the game. And then 2 pitches later, the game delayed one more time to review a play at first base. And what we're seeing in this game is the worst case scenario for contested plays. Managers standing out in front of the dugout waiting for word from the video room and then deciding not to go for it. That's a pretty standard activity now.
It's funny too because we've become trained like dogs. And if there's a close play, you immediately, your eyes shoot to the dugout to see if the manager's going to pop out and hold everything up.
You know, and here's Odorizzi. You feel for the pitcher. He already had 1 delay in this, and he had to kind of loosen up. And now he's going to try to stay loose again just in case.
Hey.
And the call is out at first. So Ramirez is out to retire the side. Finally, we'll go to the 3rd.
Evan Longoria will bat second in this inning against David Price. Here is Longoria about facing his former teammate.
He's a good buddy, that's for sure. It's always different on game days than it is any other time. I think when we go out there and the bell rings, we're both trying to either get each other out or get on base and get hits. But it's off the field, it's obviously different. But looking forward to seeing him, looking forward to facing him, and obviously happy for his situation here, and happy that I get to see him a little bit more during the season.
So far, guys, it's been advantage Price in the head-to-head matchups. Back to you.
Yeah, and Evan Longoria will be hitting second in this inning. 1-0 the count to Brandon Guyer. Then Evan, and he'll be followed by Steve Pearce. 2 balls, no strikes. Three and 0.
Let's not forget David Price has spent, listen, in the last hour and 10 minutes, he's recorded 6 outs.
Finds a zone, 3-1. Tapper down to third, and a nice barehanded pickup and play by Shaw to get Guyer.
Boy, that was, knowing that Brandon Guyer's another guy that can scoot up the first base line, and that ball just dribbled towards third. Travis Shaw makes the decision to forego the glove and go with the bare hand. That was a very, very nice play.
Well, here's Evan Longoria. Evan 0 for 10 against David Price. Takes the first pitch for a strike. High fly ball back into center. Bradley Jr. looking up, and this one is going to get out of here. Home run for Evan Longoria to break that hitless streak against Price. His 3rd home run of the year, and he hit it out to center, high up over the wall, the monster out there. It's 379 to the wall, and then the monster takes over, and he hit it up into the monster seats.
That bounced right off the top of that wall. Fastball right there, and Evan Longoria, tremendous plate coverage, and then he gets the lift and the carry, and right off the top of the wall before it bounces back up and over.
Well, that makes it a 5-2 ball game. Steve Pearce, who drove in a run in the first inning for the Rays, takes an off speed pitch, and that's in there for a strike. David Price follow the baseball to center off the bat of Longoria. Rays with a run in the first and a run in the third. 5-2. Steve Pearce up in the count. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. Takes a good cut at the fastball, fouling it. 2-1.
Now this is what you have to do if you're a Rays hitter. Just chip away, make him work. 5-2. Still got 2/3 of the game left to go.
Grounds him with a pitch off the plate, cutting in. 3-1.
I think all these stops and starts, they start to affect a pitcher's rhythm. And David Price pitching behind in the count here in the third.
Well, not giving in.
No.
Off speed takes it to 3-2.
What a weapon. Whether it's the cutter, the changeup, the breaking ball, when you are able to use those off-speed pitches, your secondary pitches, when you're behind in the count, you just become so unpredictable.
And ball 4. So the Rays get a base runner following the home run by Evan Longoria. We'll see what Desmond Jennings can do. Well, you had these two pitchers, Odorizzi and Price, and you think you might be in for a 1-0 or a 2-1 game. Well, here it is, 5-2 in the top of the third. Jennings takes the ball. Price making his 4th start against the Rays in his career. Two and 0.
I'm just continuing to not be able to find the strike zone early. And this Rays lineup is forcing David Price to work very, very hard here.
Rays in those prior starts, and including this one, have had 4 home runs off him. Casali has 2, Kiermaier has 1, and now Longoria has 1 off Price.
That's been his best pitch here in this inning.
Yeah.
3-1, 2-0 changeups.
Pierce the runner at first. Souza Jr. on deck. 2-1 the count. And Jennings takes a strike and a throw down to first. Back in is Pierce. And that's the thing with Vasquez behind the plate. You will not take liberties with him. He throws very well.
You keep those secondary leads short, because if you've got a reputation of throwing behind guys, they know that, and so not quite as aggressive. Maybe that keeps you from going first to third on a base hit. We talked earlier about how every 90 feet are fought so hard for.
Yep. Its most basic level, it's a game of bases, and it seems that that 90 feet contested now more than ever. Full count to Desmond. Shoots it into center field, but Bradley Jr.'s there. 2 gone. You talk about 2 premier young center fielders in this game, Kiermaier and Bradley Jr. Outstanding defensive work.
Well, it starts with the positioning, and then the jumps that you get, the routes that you take, the athleticism that you show in making some tough catches. There's such a premium now on athletes in this game, especially center field.
Souza fouls it away. Steven Souza Jr. with a base hit last night, was 1 for 4. Struck out his first time up today. Price threw a couple of 95-mile-per-hour fastballs by him. Ahead of him now, 0-2. Fastball right there.
This is what he did to him in the last at bat. He attacked him with 3 fastballs in the mid-90s, was able to punch him out, and has gone right back to that. 0-2, and see if he gets him another one. Sometimes you feel like you've got a hitter at a disadvantage that he just cannot handle your heat, no matter how many times that he sees it.
And strike 3 called. Souza caught looking. Rays get a run on the home run by Evan Longoria, his 3rd of the year. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's 5-2 Boston. Hitting a home run to center field in the top half of this inning. It's a 3-run ball game now, and Travis Shaw leads off the bottom of the 3rd for Boston. He's out in front. He doubled off the left field wall in the 1st, and then eventually got credit for a steal of home. Brock Holt at 1st and Shaw at 3rd in the 1st inning. And with Holt running, the throw from Casali skipped into center field, and Shaw was coming down the line and got credit for a steal. Lifts this one into left. Geyer just in front of the track makes the catch. So 1 out in the 3rd. Here is Brock Holt. Holt with a hit and a run batted in, as well as a stolen base. The pitch is a strike. Red Sox now are 13 out of 14 in the stolen base department this year.
And that one time that they were thrown out was their very first attempt of the season. Picking the right matchups, picking the right times, the right counts. Boy,
2 strikes.
Every part of this game is so analyzed now. you know that these, you send a runner, the pitcher, his time to home plate, the catcher, his times to second, the count. Is he more likely to throw in this count? All of those things.
There aren't any guesses. There aren't any hunches, you know. managers used to play a hunch. That's gone.
That'll get you canned.
Absolutely.
You start talking about playing hunches.
Yep.
You get questioned on a managerial decision, you better have a printout backing it up.
It's almost as if you walk in to the meeting, you got a battery of attorneys with all the paperwork. Into center field, Kiermaier angling straight back, and he's got it. So 2 up and 2 down in the third.
Now, between the numbers and the video, the scouting reports, all of the tools that are at your disposal, there aren't any secrets. Once you have been in the big leagues, you know, where your sample size, even if you're a rookie, you get a large enough sample size, then all of a sudden there's the book on you, and the secrets are gone at that point. It becomes all about execution and making those adjustments that we talked about earlier, because it's just constantly moving. You know, guys handling this pitch right now, where we're going to switch it up and we're going to start pounding him in. And if he can't make that adjustment, well, you'll find yourself with that batting average plummeting rather quickly.
Don't you find it amazing that after all of this, all the information and where we are now, it boils down to execution? Didn't it always boil down to execution?
You still have to play the game. Right on.
2 strikes to count to Christian Vasquez. Yeah, we're in the balcony today. As much as we've been in quite a while.
Get a little bit riled up over the way that this game, the stops and starts. You know, it really has gotten to the point that, you know, we were talking about that, but even like close plays, any close play, there's a little mini delay because the manager's got to pop out and hold everything up.
Christian Vasquez fouls that out of play, 2 strikes to count.
And you could see, you know, we could talk about how frustrating it is for us, the people watching at home, the people here at the ballpark, but you could even see with the players.
Oh, yeah.
Like an uncle on this.
Yeah, Longoria was at last base. Come on, get off the field, let's go. And we won't belabor the point, but the reality is this game today, with all of that that's gone on, we're on a pace for a 4.5-hour game.
It's getting your money's worth here at Fenway.
Yeah.
That's getting your money's worth.
I mean, that's right now. It takes an hour and a half trying to get through the first 3, and most of that has been consumed by delays. A 1-2 count to Vasquez. He fouls this one back. Well, it's a gorgeous day. We're grateful to be here. We just like the pace to be a little quicker because of all the interruptions. Love the play on the field, but when it's delayed, that's another issue.
Yeah. But this day, are you kidding me? Baseball on a day like this?
You can't beat it.
No, you cannot.
Temperature about 60 degrees and crystal clear skies. Vasquez is out on strikes. Almost. He will be now. The put out goes Casale to Pierce. 3 up, 3 down. Hey, we're going to go into the 4th. 5-2. Today's Geico Great Moment will take you back to Game 7 of the 2008 ALCS. David Price closing it out, and the Rays advancing to the World Series, defeating the Red Sox. And today, we fast forward, David Price pitching against the Rays. We're headed into the 4th inning. Tim Beckham leads it off. Beckham takes a cut and he misses. Strike one. Deep at third, long throw for Shaw, and it's there. Not an easy play on that throw.
You know, Travis Shaw is showing a nice feel for the position. We saw him earlier make a great barehanded play, coming in and just having an idea that he wasn't going to have time to go to the glove. And even there, when he has to back up on that chopper by Beckham, and then how quickly he got rid of it over to first base. The nuances of the position, and Travis Shaw showing very well this afternoon.
It's Kevin Kiermaier. Kiermaier 0 for 1, hit a fly ball to center his first time. Balls, no strikes. Kiermaier way up in the count now. And there's ball 4. Second walk given up by Price. Well, neither pitcher exactly where he wants to be right now with this game. It was a slow start for Jake Odorizzi, and Price has been kind of spotty at times with his command.
Yeah, and the last couple of innings has pitched from behind quite a bit. He's about right around 50% on first pitch strikes. Had a couple of pitches in that at bat against Kiermaier that were close, did not go his way.
Yeah, he's 9 of 17 right now on first pitch strikes. There's a foul ball to Casale. So that'll make him 10 out of 18, but you're right. And Odorizzi has been right around 50%. One on, one out. A strike to count to Casale, who singled off the wall his first time. 1-1. Ball, 2 strikes. And Casale out in front. Bouncer foul. Beckham grounded out on a good play at third by Shaw. Kiermaier has walked. Price out there for the fourth time in a Boston uniform. Combined 18 and 5 last year between Detroit and Toronto. There's a drive hit high and deep to left. That one's going to get out of here. Casale has connected. A 2-run shot. Curt Casale belting his third career home run against David Price. And this is a brand new ball game. Kiermaier scoring in front of Casale on the 2-run home run. And suddenly it's a 1-run contest.
Well, Curt Casale in his history here against David Price just has not missed a mistake. Has not missed a pitch out over the plate. Here's another one. The fastball wants it away, ends up outer third, outer half, but the plate coverage by Casale, and boy, does he rip into this pitch. Brand new ball game here.
Well, the top of the order, Forsythe, the number, third base side. Off balance throw, not in time from Price. And Forsythe has an infield hit.
Now just keep the pressure on. You feel like, early in the ball game, Jake Odorizzi back on his heels, the Rays back on their heels, and now you get the same feeling about David Price. The command has been spotty. The Rays have chipped away. It's a 5-4 game in the fourth inning, anybody's game. And this was the big blast to get him back in it, no doubter.
So the Rays using the long ball, solo homer in the third from Longoria, 2-run home run from Casale in the fourth. Had to go with a run in the first inning. And now Brandon Guyer takes a first pitch strike. Popped up right side, that will carry into the seats, and the count is 0-2. Up a bit, now 1-2. Well, a 1-run ball game. At one point it was 5-1. It's now 5-4. And Guyer hit by a pitch again. And Guyer down on one knee after being hit there.
That got him right in the back of that elbow. And that, you could hear that one hit. It's not like it hit. That caught him solid. David Price incredulous. That's the second time coming in on Brandon Guyer. We've seen it too many times. He's more than willing to stand his ground and take a hit by pitch.
Well, we'll take a listen to this.
the back of the elbow. It's not like it hit the bat.
So the Rays have had 4 consecutive hitters reach after Beckham was retired. Kiermaier walked, Casale homered, Forsythe with an infield hit, and now Geyer hit by a pitch for the second time today. Carl Willis out spending some time on the mound with David Price right now. So with the 2 today, Geyer's been hit 4 times this year. And it's Evan Longoria with 2 men on and 1 out. Pitch is a strike. Evan connected to center in the 3rd. There's a shot into left field. Away from Holt, 1 hop to the wall. Here comes Forsythe, now trouble in left. Geyer's going to try to score, and he will. Into second, Longoria, and the Rays grab the lead. Forsythe scored on the base hit by Longoria. That ball skipped to the wall, got away from Holt. Geyer scores from first, and Evan winds up at second. And the Rays now lead 6-5.
Boy, another pitch that was outer third. Evan Longoria, watching with that plate coverage, rips this ball off the wall. If Brock Holt comes up with it clean, he's going to keep Geyer at third. But right here, it gets over his head. He drops it. And Charlie Montoya was waving Geyer in after the misplay. And that's the run right there that gives the Rays the lead all the way back and early.
So it's a 6-5 ball game now. Here's Steve Pearce. High pop up, foul ball. Vasquez after it, and he's got it. A lot of that baseball showing initially before it finally rested in the catcher's mitt. So 2 outs. Now Desmond Jennings. It's a 4-run 4th for the Rays to make it 6-5 Tampa Bay. There's a ball wide. Jennings starts to go and checks. 1-1. So each team charged with an error today. Holt charged with an error on that ball hit to left by Longoria. Upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. The 1-out walk started it, and Casale's home run got 2 more home. Longoria's hit and the error chased home the third and fourth runs of this inning. High fly ball off the bat of Jennings, deep to left. That's got some carry. It's off the scoreboard. Longoria scores. Into second goes Jennings, and the Rays add to their lead. Another run home. That makes it 7-5.
Well, we talked about it early in the game. David Price is around the plate. He's not going to move too many guys' feet. And so the Rays very comfortable at the plate, and they're taking advantage of every mistake that he makes. And a lot of them for extra bases. The command has not been as good as we've seen it. The Rays have capitalized, and that will end David Price's day.
Price knocked out of the game in the fourth inning, with the Rays leading 7-5. Two-thirds, the Rays have 7 runs and 8 hits off him. They've had the big fourth inning. Okay, 3 2/3, 8 hits, 7 runs, a couple walks, and 5 strikeouts. He's responsible for the runner at second as he leaves in favor of Matt Barnes. And Steven Souza Jr. will be the first man to face Barnes. So the 1-out walk to Kiermaier started it. And Casale down 1-2 in the count, hit a home run. Forsythe reached on the infield hit. Geyer hit by a pitch, and Longoria doubled in a run, and the other run scored on the error charge to Holt. Now the double by Jennings gets another man home. The first pitch is a strike into Souza Jr. Breaking ball.
Well, you've got to love what this Rays lineup has done today against David Price, a tough customer. They've had trouble scoring runs. They're down 5-1 early and just kept the pressure on. Didn't expect them to turn it around this quickly, but boy, they got it done. Trying to add.
Souza started to go, but he checked. 1-1. Rays have put up a 5 spot in the fourth inning. It's headed for the seats, chased by Ramirez, but it's out of play. A 1-2 count on Souza Jr. Souza, the 9th hitter to come to the plate for the Rays in the fourth. close. Ball 2, 2-2. Barnes got that one up there in the upper 90s.
Yeah, he's tall, lanky, 6'4". Great finish on his pitches. We saw him earlier in this series. The velocity very good. He'll add the curveball, the changeup.
You know, you look at this inning, the way it stacks up. That Geyer scored on the error, but the double by Jennings took care of that. And so all of the runs are earned. Foul again to the right side. And Jennings out there also belongs to the account of David Price.
Well, and all of those runs were earned. I mean, this was a team that, for a strike thrower like David Price, they weren't over aggressive. They let him get into some bad counts the last couple of innings. And when he was forced out over the plate, they hammered him.
Ground ball. This one skips past Ramirez. They're going to wave Jennings to the plate, and he will score without a play. So the Rays pick up another run. They make it a 6-run inning and an 8-5 ball game.
That looked like that may have been the end of the inning. That ball hit the other way by Souza Jr. Hanley Ramirez well positioned, and he just whiffs it. The early returns on Hanley Ramirez at first base were very good. That attempt right there was not.
Well, he'll be charged with an error on that play. It's his first. Big cut and a miss by Beckham. Eight runs charged to Price, 7 of which will be earned now. Beckham opened the inning, out third to first. It's now 1-1. And 2. Barnes worked Tuesday. The Rays won in 10 innings, 3-0. He gave up the home run to Kiermaier, and then a couple more runs scored off him. He's ahead of Beckham. Runner goes, a swing and a miss. So Beckham is out on strikes. So 10 men come to the plate for the Rays. They score 6. The long ball, a big part of it. A 2-run home run by Curt Casali and a key double by Longoria. And the Rays have captured the lead here as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. It's 8-5. The Rays at one point down 5-1, put up a 6 spot in the top of the 4th inning. Curt Casali and Evan Longoria key hits, Desmond Jennings as well in the top half of the 4th. And so on to the bottom half of the inning we go. The number 9 hitter, Jackie Bradley Jr., leads it off. The pitch from Jake Odorizzi, a ball outside. So a brand new outlook here for Odorizzi after he was touched for 5 in the 1st. Now he's behind Bradley Jr. 2-0.
You talk about a bounce in your step. It looks like a game that you're going to try to just eat up some innings and get as deep as you can, save as much of the bullpen as you can, and now you're like in a position to win. Let's make some pitches now. Good life.
He's back to pull even with Bradley Jr. 2-2. Chop right side. Pierce makes the play unassisted. Well, for David Price, 3 2/3 in this outing against the Rays. Longoria with a home run in the 3rd inning. His first hit against his former teammate helped, and then the Rays really put it together in the 4th.
He was never sharp. We've seen David Price with a pinpoint command, moving the ball around the zone, pitching from ahead the majority of the time. He was basically a coin flip on first pitch strikes, a lot of pitches over the heart of the plate. He was in trouble or out of the stretch, with runners on base in every inning. And so you got to credit the Rays hitters and their approach to David Price. They were not over anxious going after pitches out of the zone. They forced him over the plate, and when he put it there, they hit it hard.
1 out, 1-1 to count to Mookie Betts, top of the order for Boston. It's fouled back. So it's a 1-2 count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Shot into right. Souza Jr. there and makes the catch. 2 gone. The Rays coming back from this deficit down 5-1 after an inning. They beat the White Sox 7-2. They've scored 8 runs today. Lead 8-5. So this is a season's high for the Rays in the run scoring department. So as we mentioned earlier, so much for that 2-1 or 3-2 game we thought we might see with Odorizzi and David Price going at it today.
Well, both of them were coming off their best start of the season. David Price, 7 innings, 2 earned against Toronto and 9 strikeouts. Jake was 7 innings, no earned runs against the White Sox. Throwing the ball well, both of them were.
Into right field. Souza Jr. battling the sun makes the catch, and it's a quick 4th inning. On to the 5th. The Rays now lead 8-5. Now from Fenway Park, we head into the 5th. Here's your chance to get a steal, fans. Today's steal of the day featuring an exclusive Rays shirt with any ticket purchase to the game Monday, April 25th. Available today only. Visit RaysBaseball.com/steal or call 888-FAN-RAYS for more information. Kevin Kiermaier leading off here against Barnes. He hit the breaking ball out of here the other night off Barnes. Bounds this pitch the other way. Out of play, and the count is 1-1. Fastball that time. Casale next, and then Forsythe. Two and one. David Price out of the game after 3 2/3, giving up 8 runs, 7 earned. 2 of those coming on one swing of the bat from Curt Casale, who's on deck. It's 3-1 to Kiermaier. Ground ball, and that'll be handled by Pedroia. So the Rays leadoff hitter is retired here in the 5th.
Well, the struggles of David Price today. You know, this Red Sox starting rotation, the last turn through, they've actually thrown the ball very well. But if you look at the overall numbers, the 3 worst ERAs from starting pitching in the American League all come from the East. And it's the Red Sox, the Orioles, and the Yankees.
It's a hot shot. Oh, wow. What a play by Shaw. He gets up and throws to first. Great play by Shaw on a bullet, hit to third by Casale.
Travis Shaw is putting a clinic on down at third base today. Saw him charge with the bare hand, back up on the chopper, get rid of it quickly, and then the bullet up the line, the dive and the throw.
Boy, he robbed Casale of an extra base hit. Casale 2 for 2. Now he's 2 for 3. And boy, what a play by Shaw. Earning the applause of Matt Barnes, and for very good reason. Here's Logan Forsythe. Logan 2 for 3. Balls, no strikes. Rays wrapping up this series. See Romero loosening in the bullpen now for the Rays. We'll be on to New York, where Matt Moore will oppose CC Sabathia tomorrow night in New York. Strike on the outside corner. 2-1. Rays will have a night game and then 2 day games in New York, Saturday and Sunday, before returning home to Tropicana Field. Rays playing inside the American League East, with Boston here, then New York, Baltimore, and Toronto will be coming in on that next homestand. A 3-1 count. The Orioles coming in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights. Toronto Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon. And the Dodgers come in for a couple games on the end of that homestand. Forsythe is on base again, drawing a 2-out walk. Brandon Guyer up here. Guyer hit by a pitch for the second time today in the 4th inning. And he came around to score. He was victimized in the 3rd on a good play by Shaw. So officially, Brandon 0 for 1, but he's been on twice today and has scored a run. It's a pitch upstairs. Popper short right. That's going to fall for a base hit. Guyer makes the turn. Snap throw back to first. Close. He got back in. And Forsythe advances to 3rd. Guyer on base for the 3rd time today.
Yes, and by far the least painful way of getting on first base. He dropped that ball right in front of Betts. Betts tries to throw behind him right there. But Brandon Guyer's been hit in the quad. He's got hit in the back of the left elbow. And then able to drop one in right there to keep this inning going.
So 2-out threat formed here. On a walk and a base hit. Here's Evan Longoria, who has homered and doubled, driving in 2 runs and scoring 2. The fastball is too high. Two balls, no strikes. Fly ball. Center field. Bradley Jr. covering a lot of ground toward the deepest part of the park to haul it in. Rays leave 2. Bottom of the 5th coming. 8-5 Tampa Bay. bottom of the 5th coming. Kids can learn how to throw their own strikes when they get a pitch grip baseball presented by the Tampa Bay Times Sunday, May 1st. All kids 14 and under receive their very own pitch grip baseball when the Rays take on the Blue Jays. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit www.raysbaseball.com today.
I got to play around with one of those today, Dwayne.
Had fun with it?
I did. I mean, they've got the dots in the right spot. It's very educational and fun at the same time.
How can that be possible? Educational and fun at the same time.
Well, a pitch grip baseball.
There you go.
That's about it.
Breaking new ground. 1-0 the count. There's a strike into Xander Bogaerts. While we were away, by the way, the Rays picked up another hit. The official score changed the 4th inning error on Ramirez at first to a base hit for Steven Souza Jr. He will pick up a hit and a run batted in. And that means all 8 runs given up by David Price were earned today. Big cut. The miss. 2-2 the count. Pitch coming in on Bogaerts, and he fouls it away. Ortiz next, and then Ramirez. Odorizzi got off to a tough start, faced 9 men, made 37 pitches in the first inning, and gave up 5 runs. And a full count to Bogaerts.
Tell you, we've seen a lot of that slider today by Jake Odorizzi. I mean, that's not a pitch that he very often goes to, especially the number of times he's gone with it today. Usually it's that fastball, the curveball. He'll cut it, change up, but a lot of, I mean, I don't know what you're going to call those. You try to disguise it, but those are sliders. We've seen them anywhere from 82 to 84 miles an hour.
And it's skied into left. Geyer battling the sun, and he cannot find it. That's going to be off the wall, and into second base goes Bogaerts. You could see from the beginning Geyer trying to pick up that ball and stay with it.
Got all turned around out there close to the monster. Kevin Cash coming to the mound now. That may end Jake's day. He's not real happy about that. See, spinning around and making that leap and coming up empty. An empty feeling.
So Odorizzi will depart. Back in a moment. Countdown is brought to you by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by your Southern Chevy dealers. Kevin Cash has made the pitching change. Eddie Romero in the game. David Ortiz, the hitter, in the first pitch is a fastball for a strike. Bogaerts getting a double off the wall to open the bottom of the 5th inning. Ortiz fouls it back. Fastball, 99 on the gun on that fastball.
Yeah, Romero's first two, 98, 99. How good has he been for the Rays coming out of that bullpen? 4 1/3 innings, he's faced 13 hitters. He has retired 13 hitters.
Fly ball into right. That's Souza Jr. on to make the catch. And he retires David Ortiz right there. Just nothing but heat. 98, 99, and 99 again.
Boy, it's easy gas. Better at throwing strikes. They've made some refinements to his delivery. Took the windup away, working exclusively out of the stretch with that kind of fastball. Then the ability to throw a slider off of that. He's got a couple of different ways to get you out.
Facing Hanley Ramirez, and there's a strike.
That's the most fun way. Throwing 98, 99 to get a guy out.
Yep. Hey, there's a strike now. Drop one of those in there. Bottom half of the 5th, Odorizzi pitched 4+. And a cut and a miss. Ramirez out, and that one hit 100. So he followed the 86 with 100.
Talking about a pitch that's not fair. Triple digits, letter high.
Two gone, and now it's Travis Shaw. Strike one.
He's throwing sliders that a lot of guys throw the fastball. 92.
Ground ball to first, handled by Pierce, unassisted. So it's 3 up, 3 down against Romero following the double. have an 8-5 lead. Despite a 5-run first for Boston, Dustin Pedroia's home run, a big blast that started the scoring. Before it was over, Brock Holt had driven in a run. They got 5 runs, 6 hits in the first, and the Rays started their way back. Longoria homered in the 3rd. Casale homered in the 4th inning. 6 runs scored as the Rays chased David Price after 3 2/3, scoring 8 runs off him today. And Matt Barnes is on in relief of him. Steve Pearce will open the 6th against Barnes. Pitch is a strike. So at the end of an inning, the Rays were down 5-1 facing David Price, and come back to score 7 more runs off Price, 8 total on the afternoon. One and one. Pearce, Jennings, and Souza Jr. due up. Barnes finished the 4th. He pitched the 5th, gave up a couple of base runners, but no runs. Now he's 1 and 1 with Pearce. Chop towards short. Bogart's gloves and throws. Pearce is the first out in the 6th inning. And we'll get Desmond Jennings to the plate. Well, Desmond part of the 6-run 4th with a double, a run batted in, and a run scored. His 2nd double of the year. And that's fouled back.
You could see a little foreshadowing to that inning. You know, that inning started out with a ground ball to third base by Tim Beckham, pretty standard stuff. And then all of a sudden, you know, you walk Kiermaier, I think it was on 4 pitches too. The left-handed hitting Kiermaier with Price. And all of a sudden that puts into motion Curt Casale, who had good numbers on Price coming in, got a hanger out over the plate and popped it over the wall, and then it was on.
Jennings bounces it foul. So 2 strikes. Curt Casale came into the game 3 of 6 with 2 home runs off David Price, and hit the big home run. He singled off the wall, a line drive off the wall and left in the 2nd. So he had 2 hits today off Price. Jennings out on strikes. First strikeout for Barnes. So 2 up, 2 down in the 6th. Now Steven Souza Jr., who got credit for a base hit in the 4th on a scoring change, and with that came a run batted in. So he's 1 for 3. One and 0. Two balls, no strikes. Eight runs, 10 hits for the Rays. The Rays have spread out their hits There's 7 spots in the order. 8 of the 9 spots have been on base. Souza going after the fastball, 3-0. It's 3-1.
I wonder what Jim Hickey thought about Eddie Romero's last inning.
Oh, did he go? He did not. There's ball 4 to Souza Jr. I'll tell you, Romero was extremely impressive.
I mean, did he throw a ball? He may have, but it certainly didn't seem like it. He just filled up that strike zone.
The answer is no.
He didn't?
No.
Okay, that's what it felt like. I figured there was one mixed in there.
Made 8 pitches, all strikes. You went through Ortiz, Ramirez, and Shaw. Now Tim Beckham. Souza draws the peg at first. Beckham, his spot, the only spot not to reach base, but boy, was he victimized in the 4th inning on a play down at 3rd by Shaw. And we've seen Shaw turn in a couple of outstanding plays. One on Beckham and one on Casale. Souza back in there. Barnes paying a lot of attention to Souza Jr. at first base.
He already had his chance to get him out. Just work on the next guy.
This is with a fastball up. We're in the 6th. Rays have put men on base in every inning. They fell behind 5-1 and now lead 8-5. That's wide. So 2-0. Barnes got the first 2 men before he walked Souza. Now behind Beckham.
Well, this is exactly what we've seen out of Matt Barnes. A couple of outings here against the Rays. A tremendous arm, not a lot of an idea where the ball could end up. Falling behind an awful lot. Lights up the radar gun. Spotty command.
Now it's 2-1. Well, that fastball in the upper 90s, 98, 99. Going between Barnes and Romero. A couple of hard throwers in the game right now. And that's a strike to even the count. Another high octane fastball. A 2-2 count. Swing and a miss. Beckham missed the fastball. Rays leave a man and lead 8-5. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Count the strikeouts with your own Chris Archer K-Counter bobblehead. Presented by Bright House Network. Saturday, April 30th. Fans receive the K-Counter bobble when the Rays face the division rival Blue Jays. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com for more info. Rays up. Brock Holt will lead it off against Enny Romero. Holt 1 for 2. He drove in a run in the first, and he takes a strike. It's 9 consecutive strikes thrown by Romero since coming in, and he starts Brock with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. And there's strike 2.
That little breaking ball there at 83, the curveball, and this is where the shadows start to come into play. It's not when it's over, you know, home plate area. It needs to move out closer to where you're making your decision. So now you combine 98, 99, 83 on the curve, 92 on the slider, and a shadow, and good luck to you.
Romero has been a great story for the Rays. 25-year-old left-hander. And there is strike 3 called. Nothing but strikes from the Rays lefty.
Right there. Trying to decipher what that pitch was exactly.
Christian Vasquez. And there is the first pitch he's thrown out of the strike zone.
According to James Hoy. Not according to Fox Tracks.
Nope. 12 consecutive strikes. And Fox Track like that one.
And that one.
2-0 now.
I'll tell you, according to Fox Tracks, the way that they're tracking the ball, this has been a very tight zone here today. Balls at the bottom, not getting called a lot of the time. Balls at the top, the coin flip.
Three and one. And that's ball 4 wide. So the number 8 hitter Vasquez draws the walk. One on with 1 out. Jackie Bradley Jr. You know, last year when we saw Enny Romero, he had more difficulty with left-handed hitters than right-handed hitters. He's taking care of both righties and lefties in the early part of this year.
It's his first base runner this year.
Jackie Bradley Jr. trying to get it started on a 99-mile-per-hour fastball and fouls it, strike 1. That's tough right there. 0-2. Bradley Jr. is out on strikes. Second strikeout of the inning. Third of this outing. And now Kevin Cash comes out. A job well done for Romero. Well, the lefty, Enny Romero, young man out of the Dominican Republic, and a 20-pitch outing. Boy, he was very good.
Yeah, well, coming into this appearance, it's been 13 up, 13 down, and boy, oh boy, he lit up the radar gun. We saw the curveball, we saw the slider. He mixed in all 3 pitches in his short little stint. Did have a walk in there, but he was as dominant as we've seen him all season long, and we just wonder what the ceiling is for Enny Romero, the ability to command 3+ pitches with plus velocity coming out of that bullpen from the left side. Boy. Nice for Kevin Cash to be able to make that move.
Danny Farquhar, who pitched an inning last night, worked the 7th, is on here with 1 on and 2 outs in the 6th, and throws a first pitch strike to Mookie Betts.
Bend that thing right around the corner. 73 miles an hour. That covered a lot of ground. You still have the shade out in front.
Ball 1 strike. Farquhar on last night to face Ramirez and Shaw, Holt and Vasquez in the 7th. On dealing with the top of the order here in the 6th. He's inside to Betts, 2-1. High shot deep to left. Betts is connected on that one and hits it out of here. Betts turns the fastball around. Vasquez scores in front of him. And just like that, it's a 1-run ball game.
Well, in this instance, you play the matchup, pulling Romero out and bringing in Farquhar right on right, and this one falls flat.
Well, Pedroia takes the breaking ball up and in for a ball.
Boy, middle in, we talked about Mookie Betts and how quick his hands are during the course of this series. He shows it once again. The 2-run blast.
A line drive, base hit toward the corner. Pedroia on his way to second. Geyer had to go into the corner after the ball. So a home run and a double. And the Red Sox suddenly making some noise.
Dustin Pedroia, boy, he likes to go after those fastballs that are up in the zone. Really anything up in the zone. And he was able to get on top of that one, hammered into the corner, and Red Sox will not go quietly here in the 6th inning.
Jim Hickey heads to the mound, a home run and a double surrendered by Farquhar. And Xander Bogaerts will be the hitter.
Here it is, up around the letters. Boy, how do you get up there?
I'll tell you, if there's one guy who you consistently see get up there, it's Pedroia.
It is.
I mean, he's made his living hitting pitches there and up, it seems.
You keep waiting for that bat to slow down enough to where you just cannot get there anymore, and, well, still gets it done.
Dangerous bat in Bogaerts. Couple of doubles and a walk today, and the pitch is a strike. One and one. Two balls and a strike. Bogaerts, the second leading hitter in the American League last year at .320. 330, 331 with men in scoring position. It's 2-2. line drive center field, and that ball's caught by Kiermaier. Hard hit liner, and Kiermaier charging it, got there to make the catch for the final out. 2-run score on the home run by Betts. We're headed into the 7th inning. It's a 1-run ball game, 8-7. Kiermaier taking charge. Fenway Park, a 1-run ball game. Rays up 8-7. Here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. A special preview of Cuba, baseball's final frontier, on tomorrow's pregame show. And we'll hear from Matt Moore, who will be opening that series on the hill for the Rays, facing CC Sabathia. We'll get a perspective tomorrow from Orestes Destrada on baseball, what the future may hold there in Cuba. William Cuevas, we saw him in the spring. He is pitcher number 3 for Boston. Just joined the Red Sox yesterday. Kiermaier cues this one up the third base line, foul for a strike. Kiermaier, then Casali and Forsythe. Foul back, 0-2. Upstairs.
Well, there's just no rest in a game like this. Both sides have to continue to bring it. Just the top of the 7th inning, a couple of lead changes, a big score already.
Off-speed pitch fouled. Well, the Rays now trying to add again. They were up by 3. That lead reduced to 1. It's fouled straight back. Out of play. Kiermaier had walked in the 4th and scored on Casali's home run. Count goes to 2-2. There's Curt Casali on deck. And a full count. Cuevas out of Venezuela has been in the Red Sox system since 2009. pitch popped up, foul. Vasquez gives it a chase, and that ball comes back enough for him to make the catch right in front of the screen. Kiermaier has fouled out to open the 7th inning.
And that was so close when it was caught. Kevin Kiermaier, in disgust, slammed his bat down. He had put up a pretty good fight against Cuevas, fouling off some pitches, trying to get another one. And this one, oh, so close.
Curt Casali. Looper right side. Ramirez backpedaling out there from first base. And then Casali is the second out. Base is empty, 2 outs for the top of the batting order. Logan Forsythe, who has been on base 3 times. It's a strike on the outside corner. Too high. 1-1. Cuevas not wasting any time. 2-1 now the count. Three balls and a strike. Cuevas had been at Pawtucket. He spent part of the year there last year, most of the season at Double-A, but made 7 starts last year at Pawtucket. And there's ball 4. He walks Forsythe. Second time Forsythe has walked. Braves have drawn 5 walks, and Brandon Guyer, who's about to step in, has been hit twice today. And then he singled up the right field line in the 5th inning.
That's an awful lot of extra base runners to gift a team. That's 1 an inning, where they didn't have to, well, outside of Brandon Guyer getting hit, which is not fun, didn't have to do anything but show a good eye at the plate.
Cues this one foul.
Now that's something the Rays, in the first couple of weeks of the season, have not been doing very much of, is drawing a lot of walks. Been very aggressive at the plate.
And the breaking ball is in there for a strike. Guyer down in the count. Cuevas got the second strike with that curveball. That's something that we did see from him late in the spring when he pitched against the Rays in spring training. That breaking ball. This one is chopped foul. He threw it again.
Well, he sweeps it. See, some of these breaking balls are tight, short. Cuevas, when he comes with that, that lower 3/4 arm action, that curve ball, and it just sweeps across the plate, upper 70s in the velocity. You got to stay with it as a hitter.
Foul straight back. Two outs, the walk to Forsythe. Guyer battling an 0-2 count. There's a base hit, shot through the hole and into left. Now here comes Forsythe headed to third, to throw into second. They're going to get Geyer. Little trouble out in left. Forsythe decided to go to third. Geyer tried to sneak his way in at second, and he is thrown out at second base. Holt got him after the base hit to left, and here's the play at second base. One-run ball game headed into the bottom of the 7th inning. Rays coming back from a 5-1 deficit to get an 8-5 lead. It's now 8-7. And boy, Rays hopeful that ending that inning in the bottom half or the top of the 7th here with that out at second base doesn't come back to haunt them. Bottom of the 7th, David Ortiz will lead off, and Xavier Cedeno in the game. The lefty Cedeno, the 4th Rays pitcher. You can see Ortiz shortened there with that shift on, taking ball 1. Strike 1-1. Two balls and a strike.
Well, with a completely different style, Xavier Cedeno here in the early going has been just as effective as Eddie Romero. Both lefties coming out of that Rays pen. Cedeno, nothing straight. A lot of cutters and curveballs. Nothing overpowering, but nothing easily hittable.
And he's 2-2 with Ortiz. Cedeno last worked Saturday against the White Sox. An inning and a third. No runs and a hit, and picked up a strikeout. Hanley Ramirez on deck, and then Travis Shaw. Fly ball deep to left. That ball is going to be off the wall. Geyer plays the throw back to second, and Ortiz is in with the double to the opposite field.
Well, that green monster out in left field has been getting peppered all afternoon, and here's another one. That's a cutter working its way to the outside corner, and David Ortiz strong enough just to flip that thing out into left field, get it over the head of Brandon Geyer off the monster. And the Red Sox in business here in the bottom of the seventh.
Well, they have Hanley Ramirez coming to the plate. Ramirez singled in a run and scored one in the first inning. A ball, no strikes. Ramirez getting his first look at Xavier Cedeno. Two and 0. Nobody out. Ortiz at second. Fly ball lifted into right. Souza Jr. going back to make the catch. Tag. Ortiz heads to third, and he's going to make it. It's a deep right field, and Souza Jr. was going back to make the catch.
Yeah, that's the thing. Two things at play, and you're right, Dwayne. Deep out there in right field, and watch Souza Jr. kind of drifting, and then he gets caught flat-footed. By the time he gets any kind of momentum, David Ortiz is able to get into third easily. I don't know if it really would have mattered with the fly ball that deep, but with the way that it was caught, there was no chance. Now you got runner at third base here, less than 2 outs. The Rays infield has moved in. Not all the way up, but close enough. They can give a little bit of ground there because you don't have a real speedy base runner at third base.
Travis Shaw's the hitter. First pitch is a strike, breaking ball. Low blocked by Casale.
Going to be important here too because of that combination of cutter curveball. The vast majority of pitches that we see from Cedeno. You know, that was one of the tweaks that the Rays made with Cedeno. You know, he used to throw a true fastball, more of the four-seam variety, and not that it's been taken away, but haven't seen that pitch in a long, long time.
Liner into center field. That's going to be in there and skips by Kiermaier. Ortiz scores and Shaw goes to second. The game is tied and Shaw finds himself in scoring position at second base.
Well, we've had some balls come off the bat today with some velocity on them. Kevin Kiermaier making a bid, trying to cut that ball off. Trying to make a play on it, but Travis Shaw gets fully extended line drive. Watch Kevin Kiermaier trying to cut it off. Not quite able to get there. Too much on it.
That's Brock Holt. It's low. So the Red Sox, with 2 runs in the 6th on the home run by Betts, have tied it on a pair of doubles in the 7th. Shaw's at second. 1-0 the count to Holt, 1 out. Strike call. Holt singled in a run in the 1st. There goes a man to 3rd. The ground ball deep to short. Stopped there by Beckham, but a wide throw toward the plate. Shaw starts to come down, goes back, and up to second goes Holt. Boy, a lot going on right there on that.
And none of it real pretty, except for the fact that Shaw's at third base. Boy, he was in motion towards third, and that ball slapped the other way. Evan Longoria completely taken out of the play because he's covering third. Beckham is going to be able to get to the slow roller, as you'll see right here. And Shaw kind of caught. Is he going to go? Is he not? Beckham forces the throw. It goes wide, and then, well, see for yourself. Shaw never stopped. He was never looked at. Tim Beckham, nicely done just to get to that, but then there goes the throw, and well, at least he didn't score. You hang your hat on in that situation.
So Shaw is at third. Holt winds up at second.
Now you got to bring that infield up again, and Xavier Cedeno with the downward action on all his pitches got a chance here to get you a ground ball, which you need.
Vasquez, the hitter, and the pitch blocked by Casali. Vasquez walked and scored. He scored on the home run by Betts in the 6th. Two and 0. Shaw at third. Holt at second, moving up on the error charge to Beckham. Ball 3. Three and 0 on the catcher. Cedeno into Vasquez. He walks him. Bases are loaded with 1 out. A tie game in the bottom of the 7th. And Jackie Bradley Jr. will be the hitter. Casali conferring with Cedeno on the mound. Ortiz opened with a double off the left field wall. He scored 1 out later on a double by Shaw. Holt reached on the infield hit. Shaw going to third, and Holt up to second on the throwing error by Beckham. Now the walk to Vasquez, and here's Bradley. Pitch is a strike. 1. Two.
One more. Need one more.
Lays off, and it's 2-2. Curveball. David Price looking on from the Boston dugout. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Bradley. Big strikeout for Cedeno. 2 outs. Here's the strikeout pitch. And a pitching change coming for the Rays. Sports Sun, brought to you by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. By Checkers, fast foodies know the deal. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Erasmo Ramirez will get the call here in the 7th inning. The Red Sox will have the top of their order. Mookie Betts coming up. They have Shaw at third, Holt at second, Vasquez at first, 2 gone. And now Ramirez for the Rays.
Well, Ramirez coming out of the bullpen's been good. The start, he's been good. He finds himself in a tough spot here. Bases loaded and Mookie Betts at the plate.
Betts hit a 2-run home run in the 6th and takes a big cut and misses, strike 1. The home run of the 6th, his 4th home run of the year. And that got the Red Sox to within a run. Connecting off Danny Farquhar. That's strike 2.
Well, the first swing by Mookie Betts, it was kind of a half-hearted swing, like he didn't recognize the pitch right away. And then he took that fastball right down the middle.
Strike 3. He takes a called third on a fastball. And the Red Sox leave the bases loaded Erasmo Ramirez comes in and retires Betts on 3 pitches. Travis Shaw tied it up, getting David Ortiz home. We go to the 8th, 8-8. All right, Rich, thank you very much. Evan Longoria leading off and takes a first pitch strike off speed from William Cuevas. Well, Longoria homered in the 3rd, as you just heard, and he doubled in a run the last time up. There's a high fly ball back into left. Holt goes to the track, still looking for it, and makes the catch. Lots of hang time on that one.
How about Erasmo Ramirez coming in, got an awkward swing from Betts to start the at-bat, and then 2 fastballs, 94, 95, right there. That one painted right on the outside corner. Doesn't even elicit a swing from Mookie Betts. That was a big one there for the Rays righty.
The hitter is Steve Pearce. Takes a curveball for ball 1. Well, the long fly ball by Longoria to open this one. Caught out there by Holt. 2-0 to Pearce. Price for 3 2/3. Barnes for 2 1/3. An inning and a third for Cuevas. And he walks Pearce. Rays get the base runner with 1 out of the 8th. And that will get Desmond Jennings to the plate. An 8-8 tie. Boston with 8 runs, 13 hits. The Rays have 8 runs, 11 hits. A couple of errors committed by the Rays and 1 error committed by Boston. Here's Desmond Jennings. 1 popping away from the catcher Vasquez. Number to the right side. Ramirez takes it to second out there, and no return throw to first. Pierce forced at second. So Jennings reaches.
That could be a dicey throw too with the right-handed first baseman. That arm back towards the. What was that? Sorry about that, but we were under attack in the booth.
It looked like a yellow jacket.
Yeah, except the size of
and a good size one.
Pterodactyl.
Steven Souza Jr. Souza single homer run in the 4th. Souza Jr. up in the count, 2-0. Second inning of work for Cuevas.
Keeping an eye on Desmond Jennings, the thought of maybe him trying to steal a bag to get into scoring position here with 2 outs. He's going to have to get a lot bigger lead than he had on that previous come set by Cuevas.
And that's ball 3. 3-0 to Souza Jr. Tim Beckham on deck. Tim still looking for his first hit of the day. And a strike, 3-1. Souza with a single and a walk. Ahead in the count, 3-1. There goes the runner, and the pitch skied into left center field. Got some carry. That ball is going to be high off the wall, out of the reach of Bradley Jr. Jennings has scored into second, Souza Jr., and the Rays grab the lead again. Well, that ball continued to carry. A leaping attempt by Bradley Jr., but it was out of his reach, and the Rays now lead 9-8.
Boy, we've seen a number of those fly balls today hit high that just keep going. You just wonder what the wind's doing. Even some tricky wind out in left field. But this right here off the end of the bat gets it high. There's the final result right there. Jackie Bradley Jr. making a bid and coming up a little bit short.
It's now 9-8. Rays picking up the go-ahead run. The second run batted into the game for Steven Souza Jr. It's Tim Beckham. Curveball is in for a strike. 2. Fastball a little bit more off the plate. He got the call on the second pitch just to see how far he could go with that third one. That one is a ball. Now it's 1-2. Runs off Price, nothing off Barnes, and 1 off Cuevas. Ground ball foul outside of third. He broke his bat. Boston at the end of an inning held a 5-1 lead. Rays had a 6-run fourth as they built an 8-5 lead. Boston tied it with 2 in the 6th and a run in the 7th. The Rays have re-grabbed the lead with a run in the 8th. A ball, 2 strikes, the count on Beckham with a brand new bat up there now. Ball sweeps wide. 2-2. Well, Rays 9 runs. It's a season's high so far. 12 hits.
And still not out of the woods. The Red Sox lurking just a run behind. Got a chance to add on here with 2 outs and 2 strikes.
Fastball fouled back. Another one coming on a 2-2 count. Kevin Kiermaier would be next. Reaching and pops him up. Shaw in foul territory from third base makes the catch. Steven Souza Jr. with a double to center gives the Rays the lead. Chasing home Desmond Jennings. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. 9-8 Tampa Bay. here. 9-8, the Rays lead going on to the bottom of the 8th. Steven Souza Jr.'s second run batted of the day, giving the Rays the lead. Dustin Pedroia, who has had a great day, leads off the bottom of the inning against Erasmo Ramirez. Ramirez came on to strike out Mookie Betts to leave the bases loaded in the 7th inning. Now he starts the bottom of the 8th. Pedroia, Bogaerts, and Ortiz due up. Two and 0 the count. Erasmo came on in the Tuesday 10-inning game to pick up the victory. High fly ball into left. Geyer's going to have to go back to the track and find it he does. One away. One out. Bogaerts is headed to the plate. We're going to check in with Todd Kalas.
Coming up in this road trip, Dwayne, after today, it'll be the Yankees series. The Rays will have a couple of lefties bookending that series. On Friday night, Matt Moore. On Sunday will be Drew Smyly. Middle game of the series is to be announced. It could be the guy on the mound now who continues to pitch whenever and wherever needed. And also for the Yankees, we'll have CC Sabathia on Friday, and we will have Masahiro Tanaka on Saturday, Michael Pineda on Sunday. A lot of afternoon baseball, guys, at the tail end of this road trip. Back to you.
Yeah, could you say that again? We couldn't hear you.
One more time.
We're looking forward to that series, but right now, trying to put a finishing touch here on the series in Boston. Bogaerts shoots a base hit into left on an 0-1 pitch. And they're going to, well, now he's going to head to second on the wide throw. He hesitated, and Geyer's throw was wide.
You know, Dwayne, you wonder about the footing, what happened there, because Brandon Guyer set up well to keep Bogaerts at first base, and Bogaerts was going to stay there. But then all of a sudden he read the throw. Look at him position himself. See if he slipped. Now the footwork was not good. Yeah, he definitely caught up somewhere. Maybe that front foot hit the lip of the grass, but you could see the awkward footwork led to the wide throw. Unfortunate break there for the Rays. Did everything right.
Bogaerts at second base in scoring position. David Ortiz is the hitter. Takes the pitch down. Ortiz doubled off the wall and left in the 7th inning. And that led to the Red Sox tying the game. A ball, no strikes. A strike. So Bogaerts got a single, an error on the throw. The Rays have been charged with 3 errors today. And the Red Sox have a threat. Two and 1 to Ortiz. Rizzi, Romero, Farquhar, Cedeno, now Ramirez. And a turn, but nothing doing back at second. The Rays have only Longoria on the left side. Beckham on the first base side of second from his shortstop position. Three and 1 now.
Trying to be careful down in the zone and not getting the close calls.
fastball is wide. He walks Ortiz.
Well, you know what? What did we say at the beginning of this series? In tight situations, game on the line, you know, here you are, bottom of the 8th, a run down. You are not going to let David Ortiz beat you. You can live with that walk in that 3-1 count. You've got to make some pitches here to make it stand up, but someone else do the damage.
Evelyn, the lefty, in the bullpen for the Rays. Hanley Ramirez will be the hitter. Jim Hickey breaks up the conference on the mound. Ramirez 1 for 4, an RBI single and a run scored in the first inning. Erasmo Ramirez against Hanley Ramirez, and the pitch is foul. Runners all over the bases today for both these teams. An 8th inning threat by Boston. Up the right side, foul. 2 strikes. Rays have had base runners in every inning. The Red Sox have had base runners in every inning except the 3rd and the 4th. Erasmo Ramirez to the plate, and a tapper. That's a foul ball. He made contact with it in the batter's box, so the count remains 2 strikes.
That's how close it was. Curt Casali jumping out there. He'll let the umpire make the call. He's going to try to make a play. How do you do that? Take a swing at a pitch in, hit it, and it stays in the batter's box.
Another 2-strike pitch. Down. One and 2. Line drive to second, and a look toward the bag, but back in is Bogaerts. Forsythe made the catch. Hard line drive off the bat of Hanley Ramirez, right at Logan Forsythe for the out.
If it wasn't right at him, it was into right center field, because Logan, I mean, there was no, that ball was hit so hard, you did not have a chance to move very far for that. That becomes a race to the bag. Bogaerts happy for the out. Not a big fan of the contact.
So Ramirez and Casali talking it over. Travis Shaw will be the hitter for Boston.
interesting too with Kevin Cash. Dana Evelyn warming up in the bullpen, the lefty, and electing here to stick with Ramirez. But you know, Ramirez very effective against left-handed hitters because of that changeup.
Shaw 2 for 4 today. And he takes a fastball for a strike. He scored a run, has driven in a run, Shaw. It's Evelyn down in the bullpen, staying busy. Away. 1-1.
Rays employ the shift here against Shaw. Evan Longoria, the only man standing on the left side. He's right there. Tim Beckham.
Fly ball to left. Geyer going back in front of the wall, and he makes the catch to retire the side. Red Sox leave 2. Do not score. Erasmo Ramirez gets through the 8th. And we'll take a look at that reaction. Rays hang on to a 9-8 lead. Trailed 5-1 at one point. Now a 9-8 ball game. Longoria and Casali have homered. David Price gave up 8 of the 9 runs in 3 2/3, and we go to the 9th with Kevin Kiermaier leading off. Rays trying to add to this lead, and Kiermaier shortens on the bat, takes a strike. William Cuevas, the third Boston pitcher. Price, Barnes, and Cuevas. He has 2 innings under his belt. He's got a run off him in the 8th. Now he's ahead of Kiermaier, 2 strikes. Colomé up in the bullpen. Upstairs, 1-2. That's a soft liner, base hit into short right. Kiermaier turns first, heads to second, and has himself a stand-up double. Well, there's a leadoff 2-base hit and an instant scoring opportunity for the Rays.
Yeah, and you got to get this one home. Kevin Kiermaier, a tremendous job with 2 strikes. Watch him just lengthen out that swing and just soft serve it over the head of Hanley Ramirez, and there was not a play to be made. Coming out of the box hot like he always does. He actually had a running start, too. Forget it.
So here is a great opportunity now for the Rays. Curt Casali, the hitter. Kiermaier on second and nobody out. And a bunt. Cuevas will field it, and a throw to first in time. Over to third goes Kiermaier as Casali puts down the bunt to advance the runner. Pedroia took the throw from the pitcher on the sacrifice.
Now that was a nice job by Curt Casali, really deadening that ball out in front of the plate, up the third base side. You force Cuevas to come in, have to make that play. No chance to get Kiermaier. Small ball, done well by the Rays catcher.
And here comes Farrell out to make a pitching change. Back in a moment. In full swing, and later today, Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers take on division rival and reigning World Series champion Kansas City Royals. Coming your way at 6:30 Eastern in a game you can only see on FS1 or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Fenway, the Red Sox bring on their fourth pitcher. David Price worked 3 2/3, Barnes 2 1/3, Cuevas 2 1/3, and Noe Ramirez, who was in the game for the 9th inning last night, comes on in the 9th inning today.
Well, what John Farrell needs from Noe Ramirez right here more than anything else is a strikeout. He's got 10 in just over 8 innings of work, but also 6 walks. Look at Forsythe, a good situational hitter here. Got the runner at third with 1 man out.
Infield comes up. Forsythe with 2 hits, 2 walks in the game. He struck out back in the second. First pitch, a strike called by James Hoy. There's a base hit into center field to get the additional run home. Logan Forsythe comes through, picking up his 3rd hit of the day, and now the Rays have a 10-8 lead. Big hit for the Rays right there.
Well, lightning quick hands on a ball that was in. Noe Ramirez got ahead of him with the fastball, tries to come back in with one. Inside out.
So Forsythe gives the Rays a 2-run lead. Now he's aboard at first. Here's Brandon Guyer. That's a strike. Geyer with a couple hits, and he's been hit twice today. And a popper foul coming back out of play.
I'll tell you what, too, it's also a bonus. You figure that Alex Colomé is going to come into this ball game. Anytime that you can give a guy who's moved into a role, you know, where he's not named the closer, but he's getting a lot of these opportunities, or going to get a lot of these opportunities. He's only had a few where he's been out there for an official save situation. And so, tough venue, Fenway Park. They did it the other night after the home run by Kiermaier. Got him 2 more, so he comes in with a 3-run lead. Now they add on another one. He's got a 2-run lead as it stands now. Give me a little bit of margin for error.
And Kiermaier hit by a pitch for the 3rd time today. And that will push Forsythe up to second base. So Kiermaier, who keyed this, has scored. And now Forsythe at second, and Geyer has been hit by a pitch for the 3rd time. He takes over at first.
Get the ice ready when this one's over.
Wow.
At least they've been in 3 different spots. Quad, elbow, top of the calf.
Now it's Evan Longoria. Oh, and a big cut there on the first pitch. Hunting the fastball, strike 1. Forsythe on second, Geyer at first. Two. Evan homered in the 3rd. He doubled in a run in the 4th inning. The 0-2 popped up right side, shallow right, Betts in. And he's there to make the catch in between Brantley and Pedroia. So Longoria retired for the 2nd out. Well, Steve Pearce is due, but with the right-hander Ramirez out there, Dickerson will be the selection. Dickerson connected in the 6th inning on a breaking ball last night and hit his 4th home run of the year.
All solo shots. That ball was, oh, listen, he came over here with that pedigree, a lot of power. And when you see him swing, he's a guy that does not get cheated, gives you that little helicopter action, high finish.
Well, he connected last night against Rick Porcello. Now he faces Ramirez. And takes a big cut, strike 1. Well, Kiermaier's double to right opened this when he was sacrificed over to 3rd, scored on the base hit by Forsythe. Forsythe moving to 2nd when Geyer was hit by a pitch. 2 men on with 2 men out, top of the 9th inning, and the Rays lead by 2. Shot toward the gap in right center. That's going to be in there. Bounce to the wall. Forsythe score. They're waving Geyer in. He will score a pinch hit double for Dickerson, and the Rays break it open in the 9th inning. Big pinch hit, 2-base hit to chase home 2 more. And the Rays now lead by 4, 12-8.
And now you take away the save opportunity from Alex Colomé. This offense here exploding in the 9th inning, and Dickerson, a big reason why. That pitch catching way too much plate, and he just rips it out into the gap.
Dickerson driving in 2. Desmond Jennings against Noe Ramirez, and he's hit by the pitch. Second man that Ramirez has hit. Carl Willis comes out of the dugout, the pitching coach for the Red Sox. Ramirez has come on and faced 5 hitters, 4 have reached, and the Rays have built a 4-run lead. Rays open this series against the Yankees tomorrow. Matt Moore against CC Sabathia, continuing the road trip, moving into Yankee Stadium, and our coverage begins at 6:30 tomorrow. Steven Souza Jr. will be up here. He drove in a run with a base hit in the 4th. Picked up another run batted in with a double in the 8th. Runs today for the Rays, 15 hits. Strike called at the knees. Strike the count. Ground ball towards short. Bogaerts gets the force at second, and the Rays have sent 8 men to the plate in the 9th inning. Add some insurance. Rays lead by 4. From Fenway Park, the Rays and the Red Sox go into the bottom of the 9th inning. Dana Evelyn will come on to pitch now with the Rays holding a 4-run lead. It's 12-8. Evelyn will be the 6th pitcher of this game for the Rays.
And that blast by Corey Dickerson, plating the last 2 runs, has pushed Alex Colomé right back to the bench out there in the bullpen. Logan Morrison going to come in, play some first base.
Evelyn throws a strike to start this inning. He worked 2/3 of an inning in last night's game. There's a shot into center field, and that's going to be out of the reach of Kiermaier. And a leadoff double here. Well, the Red Sox aren't finished yet. Josh Rutledge pinch hitting for Brock Holt and doubles into center field.
Well, that pitch got some elevation, thigh high, middle of the plate. Dana Evelyn is right. He'll get a lot of sink on that fastball. Not so much there.
That's Christian Vasquez. Pitch is a strike to him. Vasquez with a couple of bases on balls, 0 for 2. One and one. Evelyn faced Vasquez last night and struck him out. Breaks his bat this time, back to the mound. Ball and the bat headed in the same direction. And Vasquez is out pitcher first, with Beckham retrieving the barrel end of that bat, holding at second Rutledge.
Look out. Avoid the bat, make the play. It's well done by Dana Evelyn.
Chris Young
I don't even
emerged,
think,
and he's going to hit for Bradley.
I don't think he gave that bat coming by him a second thought or even a look.
That's focus.
That is focus. Well, you see that ball coming out towards you and you're thinking about that's out number 1, baby.
Well, here's Young. Ball, no strikes. Young brought over essentially to face left-handed pitching and give them an option in left field. And he's ahead of Evelyn 2-0. 32-year-old outfielder Chris Young. Mookie Betts is on deck. And there's ball 3-0. Young hit .327 against left-handed pitching last year. Only .182 against right-handed pitching for the Yankees. And he's ahead of Evelyn 3-0.
You may be seeing Colomé sooner rather than later. He's not retired.
It's a strike. Three and one now. Young walks. A double and a walk, 1 out. And Kevin Cash comes out. We'll see Alex Colomé. Well, Matt Moore is going to make the start for the Rays when this road trip moves into New York tomorrow night. We'll be with you at 6:30 on Fox Sports Sun as Matt Moore looks for his second win of the year. Coming off Sunday's outing against the White Sox when he finished with 10 strikeouts. He'll face CC Sabathia, and then day games Saturday and Sunday. There was some talk about Erasmo Ramirez pitching Saturday's game, but he worked today an inning and a third. In fact, he's the pitcher of record right now. And Alex Colomé enters this game, pitcher number 7 for the Rays. And Mookie Betts is the hitter with runners at first and second and 1 out. High pop foul down the left side. Is it going to be fair or foul? That ball is a fair ball and caught by Geyer. And now a move up to third base after the catch by Rutledge. Boy, that was towering down the line and came back, and Geyer stayed with it.
Listen, there's been some funky balls out there to left field, especially balls hit high in the air. We've seen a couple of times the outfielders between Brock Holt and Brandon Geyer take weird routes to the ball out there. That ball was up and out over the crowd in left field, and Brandon Geyer stayed with it, and it kind of blew and drifted right back to him, and he was able to make the play.
Boy, if there's ever an example where you never give up on anything, that is it.
Yeah. That was clearly going to be a foul ball off the bat as you watch it head down the left field line, and it came right back into play.
First and third, here's Dustin Pedroia. The pitch down, blocked by Casale, dug out. A 12-8 ball game, 2 men on with 2 men out in the bottom of the 9th. Been a 3-hit day for Pedroia. He's 3 for 5. It's low, 2-0. Evelyn got 1 out, gave up a double and a walk. Colomé getting Betts for the 2nd out. 2-0 the count to Pedroia. There's a strike, 2-1. Fly ball into right. Souza Jr.'s there, and the Rays win it. They win the series 2-1 with a 12-8 victory over the Boston Red Sox here at Fenway today. And boy, what a game this one turned out to be. For the Rays, 12 runs, 15 hits, 3 errors with 12 men left. For the Red Sox, 8 runs, 15 hits, an error, and 11 men